Hey everyone, welcome to another Legacy video. Today we are playing the Saturday Night Legacy Challenge on July 13th, and I'm playing it with Bomberman. A Bomberman list I cooked up, I 5-0'd with, I tweeted about it, and Bomberman Extraordinaire Expert Kanakan, really good Japanese player who loves Bomberman and Painter. Anyway, he played the list that I trophied with and threw in a Phyrexian Dragon Engine into the main deck. This guy. And basically just played a 61 card main deck, like tossed this thing in here, and just for fun, and ended up top 4ing the challenge from this morning, and said that this deck was really good. Thought it was like, instantly powerful, and since I've only played it for one league and 5-0'd and put it down just to try other stuff, Kanakan's high praise makes me think that maybe there's something more to this than it wasn't like a fluke 5-0. It's like this deck is like good. So I'm gonna try the list as is. I asked him about the Phyrexian Dragon Engine. He said that it really wasn't really necessary. And so just run it as is. Anyway, so how Bomberman works is Auriok Salvagers allows you to return an artifact with mana value 1 or less from your graveyard to your hand. An LED, Lines of Diamond, is such an artifact. So Lines of Diamond, you sacrifice it, you discard your hand, but you're generating 3 mana when you do that. Auriok Salvagers cost 2 mana to pick up a Lines of Diamond. Then you replay your Lines of Diamond, pick it back up with Salvagers, so on and so forth. Now you've got infinite mana because you're gaining 3, spending 2, gaining 3, spending 2. In paper, it's really easy. You go, okay, I have a billion mana. On Magic Online, you have to click, and it's 7 clicks per mana generated. Unfortunately, I know that, and it's somewhere around 400 or so clicks in order to get the 42 mana that you would need to rebuy and cast a Walking Ballista for X equals 20 to like pick this up from your graveyard, since its mana value is also, 1 or less, it's 0. Pick it up, play it, and hit your opponent for lethal. So in addition to that, what we have here is we have the Goblin Engineer, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Phyrexian Devourer combo. And so this has also been played in Painter to an extent. So the idea is that Goblin Engineer, you put Phyrexian Devourer into your graveyard. Old weird creature, when its power is 7 or greater, sacrifice it. And then you exile the top card of your library, put X+1/+1 counters on this card, where X is its exiled card's mana value. So with Goblin Engineer, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron, you can exile the Phyrexian Devourer and put a counter on, like, say, your Goblin Engineer. And then you get to have the Goblin Engineer exile top cards to put counters equal to that mana value on your Engineer, so your Engineer becomes huge, like a single lethal attacker. And it doesn't have the clause of when its power is 7 or greater, sacrifice it, because that's not part of the activated ability. That's just part of the Phyrexian Devourer text. So you've got an arbitrarily large attacker and you win. Alternatively, if you also have a Walking Ballista, either exiled to the Soul Cauldron or just a Ballista in play, your Ballista can then exile cards to grow itself, or you can exile, or you can have Ballista's ability via Soul Cauldron, so you can basically just ping your opponent directly out. Another thing about this is we're playing some MH3 cards. We're playing Glaring Fleshraker, who's an insanely powerful Eldrazi. I'll get to what this guy can do in just a second. And we've also got Kozilek's Command, which is kind of a utility card. It doesn't really combo except for with Fleshraker just to kind of do a ton of damage. Because what Fleshraker does is every time you've cast a colorless spell, it makes an 0/1 spawn that you can sacrifice to add a mana, and then whenever a colorless creature enters the battlefield, including that spawn, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. So you can combine Fleshraker and not Koligon's command, the other K command, Kozilek's command, to get a bunch of spawn into play, deal a ton of damage to your opponent, but also just kind of scry a bunch, stack your deck, find the combo pieces you need, or remove, like, exile target creature with mana value X or less is really good at getting rid of Collector Oof. And you can also exile cards from graveyard, because the deck to beat in Legacy is blue-black Rescaminator. It's the S tier deck. We're waiting for Grief to get banned. It's kind of a when, not if. Anyway, so yeah, really powerful deck here. And then the other little combo that this has is Salvagers plus Fleshraker plus Lotus Petal is lethal because you don't even need LED anymore because the Fleshraker makes a colorless mana every time. So Lotus Petal plus Fleshraker makes 2 mana. So returning the petal becomes mana neutral, but you're dealing 1 damage each time, so you can just dumb your opponent out that way. And then you've got Karn the Great Creator, which can find missing combo pieces, but also can just find a lattice and be a 1-card combo in and of itself. And then Chalice of the Void, why not? Because you gotta prevent your creatures from getting plowed. Anyway, this deck is awesome, and I hope that I can live up to the hype with a good finish. I'll see you all for round 1. All right, we're here for round 1. We're against Leedies. Our hand has turn 1 Chalice, turn 2 Fleshraker, turn 3 Karn. So, yep. Seems pretty solid. We'll keep it. And see what they're on. Moto history seems like they might be on Newton Elves, like the Reclaimer deck. But with White Reliquary, Talon Gates, it's all decked out with MH3 cards. Okay, Wooded Foothills Crack. Bringing up my sideboard just so that we have it in view. Oh, Ignoble Hierarch. So, yeah, it probably is that deck, the Reclaimer Elves or Cradle Control, whatever we call it these days. Cradle Control, I guess, is the official name. Okay, so I guess I probably still open on a Chalice, although it's a lot worse than it would have been on the play. But, shuts down subsequent mana dorks. Better than doing nothing. So I'll play it. Okay. Yeah. Bringing up that sideboard again. Got, for Karn Wish targets, we've got Ballista, we've got Mycosynth Lattice as like a win con, but Ballista really as like a way to kill the Ignoble Hierarch. Lion's Eye Diamond in case we draw, we have Fleshraker, so in case we draw our Salvagers, we can combo that way with LED and Fleshraker and Karn. Yeah, X equals 2. I wonder if they're going to get Collector Oof. Oh, White of the Reliquary. Okay, so they're being proactive enough that they're developing their own game plan, and they, like, if we're on Eldrazi or something, it doesn't make any sense to get Collector Oof, so that's why they didn't do it blind yet. Cavern of Souls versus Plateau. I think I go Plateau because they don't have counter magic, and so it's Plateau is a cavern in a lot of ways. Let's see here. I could technically go City Karn, but I just don't think that that's getting me anywhere. I just lose to attacking. Yeah, Fleshraker. Resolves, very nice. Okay. What you got, opponent? Okay, opponent's upkeep, so they've got active white, which means they could tutor like Talon Gates, Lair of the Hydra. Those are probably the main things that they would get here since they already have a Cradle. And the white ability enters tapped, so they can't double Cradle with it. Dryad Arbor, so let's see, yeah, Cradle taps for 3 mana. So they could have natural order here. That would be really bad for me. Like 3/4 with the lands, and then just like stack Arbor, get a hoof, and kill me. So the fact that they haven't just like done that to me implies that they don't have that. So at least we're not living in a world where they currently have natural order. Okay, they're attacking. Yeah, they definitely don't have natural order. White's coming in. Yeah, I'm not jump blocking at this point. Besides, Fleshraker should be able to make a bunch of jump blockers. 3 mana. Okay, this seems like a green sun for 2. Yeah, so this is probably Collector Roof. Yep, okay, there it is. Ancient Tomb. So what do I do? I want to get this Karn down. How do I want to cast it? Because like this turn I could go Plateau, Karn, get Ballista. The next turn I had like a big Ballista, but again, I can't activate anything. But it's also worth noting that, yeah, my Fleshraker is going to make extra mana on the colorless spells being cast, and I will be able to activate with the Eldrazi Scions. So Karn is like a +1 mana, and then I could do like even like get LED for +1 mana, or get Ensnaring Bridge just so that I have it already. Either way, Karn's coming down, so Karn. Gotta auto yield my triggers. Save time. So the Karn has landed. We are going to -2. Now what to get? That's the question. So Ensnaring Bridge, Lion's Eye Diamond, Mecha's Inflatus, and Walking Ballista are my choices. In the obviously like I have 2 attackers that can kill Karn, because White of the Reliquary can like attack and like pump to kill Karn by sacking a creature at instant speed since it has vigilance. So Ensnaring Bridge doesn't quite work because I have 4 cards in hand, so they both can attack. Lion's Eye Diamond is an extra blocker because it's 0 mana and generates an Eldrazi spawn. Mycosynth Lattice is only reliable if Karn survives and I'm winning on board, which I'm not, so that's not an option. Walking Ballista is an expensive blocker. So it's Bridge or LED, realistically. And it's like I have the 4 cards in hand, so I think it's just LED, make a blocker, and hope that I top deck well. Like I could draw a Kozilek's Command or something like that. And like clear the Collector Oof, and then the next turn I could crack LED and empty my hand and then get Ensnaring Bridge with Karn on 1 toughness. So it's a plan. It's not a great plan, but it's a plan. Opponent stacking Dryad Arbor here in the end step for like the attacking creature, the Hydra land. Or no, okay, it's for the Mortuary. So they're surveilling, they're looking for something specific, probably natural order to just like end the game or Green Sun Zenith. Okay. Yeah, they binned Reclaimer, so they're looking for a Haymaker. Oh yeah, binning Reclaimer also grows the white. That's interesting. So their turn, what are they doing to me? Natural order? 1, 2, 3. White's big. Only getting bigger. Okay, Endurance. I guess it's just another disruptive creature. Like it's an attacker. I don't know why they're doing it now. Oh. Oh. They just did it to get another body on the field so that they could hoof me for more. Okay. Well, I'm super dead now. Yeah, 9 + 9, so 18 + 4 is 24 damage. I'm at 11 and I have 4 toughness worth of block, so I concede. Okay. On to the sideboard. I want these guys. I want Kozilek's Command and Crater Maker to blow up the Collector Oofs. Vexing Bauble does nothing. Chalice of the Void is not great. It's okay on the play. Let's see how many ones they have. And they're bringing in Force of Vigor, probably. So maybe Vex and Bubble does have text. I don't know. But Chalice is like extra liability to Force of Vigor. Yeah, so I'm cutting those. LED. I want my 3 LED main. I don't quite know. It's vulnerable to Endurance. I could just run it like this. Okay, on second thought, I'm bringing in a Ballista and cutting one more LED just to blow up mana dorks on the play. Opponent took a long time to sideboard, so I had this opportunity. Now we're going for it. Okay, on the play for game 2. Yeah, so this hand has a turn 1 Engineer with the Cavern, Lotus Petal, and I can put Phyrexian Devourer into my yard, and then turn 2, just get an arbitrarily large attacker. If I do that, with this Cavern, I can name human with, I can name human with the Cavern, and then use Lotus Petal for Engineer. There we go. Figured it out. Very clever. So keeping that. Yeah, Soul Cauldron will just come down turn 2 and eat the Devourer, and Engineer will be attacking for lethal. I also do have a backup plan with this hand of Salvagers, Fleshraker, and Lotus Petal just being lethal, kind of as I talked about in the deck tech. Yeah, Fleshraker, Salvagers, Petal, and because the Petal generates extra mana with Fleshraker in play, I would just need a natural white source drawn to be able to recur the Petal, because I'm using it now. So yeah, naming human, playing a goblin. Very silly, but that's what we're doing. Gonna get that Phyrexian Devourer. Oomph. It's hungry. So if opponent plays like a 1-drop or something, I just Soul Cauldron, eat the Devourer, hope they don't have a Force of Vigor. And if they do, I guess they trade a Force of Vigor with a Soul Cauldron, and that's like 2 cards for just one of my cards. And it's pretty good value still. And again, I do have that backup plan of Fleshraker Salvagers, so I'm not like in bad shape either if that doesn't quite work out. Okay, so opponent's turn 1. What are they doing? Windswept Heath, crack into Bayou. They're not afraid of Wasteland anymore. Once upon a time. So, given that they fetched first, they're probably pretty land heavy and looking for creatures. Okay, they found Reclaimer, and they're playing it. So there's their chump blocker for my incoming lethal engineer. Hopefully. Creator Maker, I cannot cast it because of Cavern on human, not goblin. But yeah, I'm just going to go for the City, Soul Cauldron, and force my opponent to chump block until the end of time. Because also if this Reclaimer untaps, then they'd be able to get Bajuka Bog and disrupt this, so this is the time frame in which to have the opportunity to win anyway. Obviously, this also kind of eats it to Endurance, but again, it's costing 2 cards of theirs for just death prevention, and it's not that big of a downside if it doesn't work out for me. I just don't have a indefinitely large attacker. Yeah, they have to block here. I don't see any need to pump extra right now. It doesn't do anything for me. And in case they have like a fatal push, I don't want to exile a ton of my library just to get it fatal pushed. So let's keep it like that. Pass to opponent. And they keep the chump blockers coming, that's the question. Well, there's one chump blocker. By which I mean a Dryad Arbor. And Green Sun? Yeah, this is Green Sun for 0. So 2 chump blocking Dryad Arbors. If I draw a Ballista, I could have just like comboed, but like removed both arbors by tapping Soul Cauldron. But now I can like Salvager, or I could play Fleshraker first, while they still have the City of Traders. Yeah, City sacrificed. No. Yeah, this is a really tough call. Like getting the Fleshraker down now and not having to sack the land is, I think, safer for mana sequencing. So that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, Fleshraker in the second main. Not in my damage step. I had the damage step stop turned on mistakenly. Okay, there we go. So now I can also exile a creature card from opponent's graveyard to pump the Fleshraker, so I'll have two potentially huge attackers. I want to hit this now. I don't see a need. Sit on it for a little bit. Okay, white. Again, like I could use it end step. If they want to prevent this from happening, they have to bog themselves. Oh no, they can't. White is summoning sick. So yeah, this just works. Very cool. So now I have two big attackers. Oh, and I have a Ballista, so now I win. Awesome. Because I can basically just play the Ballista, throw it, and then eat it with the Soul Cauldron, and then either one of my Engineer or Fleshraker also gain Ballista's ability. And they can ping in 4 lethal. Also, I can just like remove the Arbor and attack with 2 lethal attackers. I have so many ways to win here that it's... My opponent agrees. Too many ways to win. Sideboarding time. Okay, so on the draw. Chalices are even worse, and I cut them on the play, so not doing that. Mindbreak Traps, they're not casting enough spells in a turn. Like their first one is like Natural Order. Boom, gotcha. So that doesn't work. Yeah, gonna run it back. Anyway, yeah, opponent is figuring out that they want to play first and waiting to say yes to that. Or no, they've already done that. They're waiting to keep their hand, which is also a good decision. Let's look at our hand. I've got a Kozilek's Command, which is the best card at removing Collector Oof. And so that just becomes a pretty easy keep on that alone. It's also got a Karn, which can find Mycosynth Lattice or an LED to combo with the Salvagers. So looking pretty solid. So unfortunately, my mic was not correctly plugged in for games 1 and 2 of this match. So I'm either going to voice those over or just start at game 3 of round 1, which is, I think, fine. But we will see what I end up doing at the moment I decide to do it. Right now, though, I'm putting this Soul Cauldron in play. Start with that. So if my opponent goes for a Collector Oof here, which they're pretty likely to do, Reclaimer, not quite a Collector Oof. Cradle, I see. So maybe there's a Collector Oof incoming? Guess not. Okay, so what do I want to do on this turn? I could go for Karn and get an LED. And that would allow me to pseudo combo next turn. But this also feels like a Natural Order turn. The way that they sequence this and are leaving up this Endurance mana. Feels like Endurance or Natural Order or something like that. So playing an exposed Karn feels really risky. I'm trying to figure out the best way to sequence my spells here. I think that it might just be to leave up Kozilek's Command, so I'll play a second Ancient Tomb so that I can do it for x equals 2 on command, and I'll be able to dig with that, or exile a 2-drop. Yeah, this looks like Endurance probably. Yep, there it is. Endurance coming in hot. So let's see what we do here. One's got 2 cards left in hand. So with this Kozilek's command, I definitely want to like scry 2 and draw a card, I think. And then the question is if I make scions or I remove a creature of my opponent's. And so the real question mark becomes if I remove the creature. I'm having thoughts now, because if I get LED, like if I remove Elvish Reclaimer so that my graveyard can't get nuked at instant speed, I can Karn for LED, get LED, play LED. And then in that case, Salvagers is in my graveyard. I can use Soul Cauldron to pump up one of my scions that I created, and now it has the Salvagers ability. And so I essentially have a Salvagers without having to pay for it. And then at that point, I make infinite mana and I don't know what I do. But at least I have a line there. Okay, so that's kind of a plan. Springheart and Antuco whenever a land enters battlefield. Comes to touch creature, create a token that's a copy of it. That's annoying. Okay, so I am going to, in my opponent's end step, I think I need to exile Reclaimer. And I think I need to make scions. Or we need to make scions? Scions are great blockers, and this thing is coming in hot. Yeah. So I'll make 2 scions, and I will get rid of Elvish Reclaimer. I'm also going to use the Soul Cauldron on just blowing up this Windswept Teeth, because I'd rather keep the Reclaimer as small as I can. Okay, so they're getting something. Talon Gates, so they're phasing out their creature, saving it. Makes sense. And then, yeah, I'll eat the forest, why not? Now I make 2 blockers. Where's the Saga? That would get LED, but Karn also gets LED. Problem is I don't have anything to go for once I get LED with Karn. So I think on this turn I play a Salvagers? No, that doesn't make sense. I go Karn and Snaring Bridge. Yeah, I think I like... Well, Karn Bridge means that I'll have 4 cards in hand. And therefore Endurance can attack me, and I'll have used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll have to use 1. If I use the City of Traders, I'd have 1 mana remaining, otherwise I would have to use everything. So I think that I'm better off going Plateau. And playing Salvagers? No. Yes. I really don't know. This is tricky. was a very painful cast, but it is what it is. Got blockers, I'm at 5 life. Let's see if I can hold on. The creatures I control gain all activated abilities, so if they sack any creatures here, I might be able to gain their activated abilities in a relevant way. I don't know if that's going to happen, but it would be funny. So if I block with Salvagers, I could make both these guys big. The Salvagers also has Salvagers ability right now. They'll just block like that. Yeah. This is a tough spot. Really trying to thread the needle here, and I'm quite discombobulated by not having my deck tech or first 2 games corded with voice. So opponent's making potentially another endurance. Two mana to make an endurance. Pretty nasty. Well, I'll hit a Winslow Teeth. Ooh, Ballista. So Karn, LED, Ballista. So if I put Ballista in play, then wish for an LED. Or let me think for a second. So I think this works. So if I go Karn LED and I leave up, so I have 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. I'd need to leave up 2 activations with LED potentially if I want to play that safe. Otherwise, I can go 4 mana to hit the Reclaimer twice. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I hit the Reclaimer twice, like ping it with Ballista, then I can cast Karn and grab an LED and then combo with the LED, and my opponent won't be able to use the Reclaimer to interrupt me. I think that's my plan. I think this works. So Ballista. For 2. Hit Reclaimer. Hit Reclaimer. Now what do they do? If they now move to exile my graveyard, I can exile with Soul Cauldron and make my Salvagers have Walking Ballista's ability. I'm pretty proud of myself for finding this line. Yeah, because then I pay 4, tutor up LED, and then I'm just off to the races. So they're trying to figure out what to do. They're sacking Cradle. Okay. I'm going to let them choose what to get because I don't want them to get a Talon Gates if they have like a second one. And phase out my Salvagers. So now they're getting Bojuka Bog. And now I'm safe. Because they bog me, but in response, I activate Soul Cauldron, exile my Ballista, and put a counter on Salvagers. Okay, very cool. I'll get this out of the way. I'm just going to get an LED with it. Okay, so now my graveyard gets exiled. So I could skip through with mana now. I just don't think it matters. And I want to be able to use combat as a shortcut. Or I don't need to use combat as a shortcut, do I? Like I can win with just pinging. I have 9 minutes. Okay, opposition agent does not matter. Because I'm not going to be searching my library. I'm going to be searching exile. So now I play Karn. I go -2. Yes. Grab Lion's Eye Diamond. Play it. So I pay 3. Now I return LED to my hand. And I do this a bunch. My opponent's making me do it, so I'm going to pause the video so that you don't have to endure this. Only I do. Okay, it looks like opponent got bored, which is very cool because I was also bored, but I won the match. So we are 1-0, and I'll see you all for round 2. Yo, what up? We're against Anzi DMTG. MonoG has recently become a father, and I am so happy for him. Anyway, all this to say, best dad. I am excited to play against MonoG. This hand is a little bit slow, but it's got basically everything I could want, so I'm going to keep it. I'm going to go Plains Pass. Ooh, now I have Soul Cauldron Devourer too. Very cool. Okay, so I'll go Plains Pass. Firstly, because it insulates from Wasteland, but secondly because it's the most ambiguous play. Like I could be on 4-color control without like a natural blue source. I could be on Cephalid Breakfast. I could technically be on like 60-card Death and Taxes, but MonoG knows me better. So he's probably either thinking like Breakfast or 4-color control without Yorion. He's playing 4-color control with. So we got that going. Told him I'm recording for YouTube just so that he knows that, as per usual, MonoG is on camera. So yeah, he's playing some sort of 4-color control pile with Plateau Tropical Island to hit his 4 colors. 4 colors achieved. Beanstalk not deployed. Ancient Tomb is nice, I think, yeah. But for right now, I believe I would rather play a Cavern. Or do I do Ancient Tomb? Onrock says, hi YouTube, so that's you. He wanted to say hi. I'm going to go Cavern on Human. Then I'm going to play Chalice on 1. Just to insulate a little bit against Swords to Plowshares. You let that one resolve with no issue. Oh, because there's a leyline binding for it. How rude. It's okay, it gets rid of our Chalice, but our other stuff will be safe and sound. So now I can play Eldrazi, or Cavern on Eldrazi. And I can go colorless, colored Eldrazi spell and make this uncountable. And that's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to immediately follow it up with an LED so I get a Scion. Underdog is like, what the hell is happening here? And he would be right. What the hell is happening here? He's brainstorming maybe putting a Terminus on top. He's a known enjoyer of Terminus. So now I pass. And we see what I am doing. I don't quite know exactly which line I'm going to go for yet, but next turn I'm going to be able to present 2 avenues to lethal. I'm going to have Full Cauldron Devourer on one of these guys, but also just infinite mana, looping it with Fleshraker to kill. So, given that I have both those options, I'm pretty excited about this upcoming turn. Xander's Lounge is coming in to play. So he didn't necessarily set up anything because he fetched on end step. 3 mana. Titan of Nature's Fury is making me Titan of Nature's Furious. So it's going to kill my Fleshraker. Very sad. But I'll still have lethal with this spawn. So now what I think I'm going to do is play I go Soul Cauldron. And this thing has a lot of abilities, but only if I do them all right. I go Soul Cauldron first and see what happens. I can tap 4 to go off with this guy. Or I can sacrifice right now with this. An uncountable human into play. But then I basically lose with the like to a removal spell. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit on this spawn token. And I'll attack for good measure. Put the fear into him. Yeah, I don't really want to get plowed right now. I feel like that's very likely to happen. Meticulous Archive is meticulously archiving things. Oh, in Onrog's draw step, I'm going to exile Flage. I guess I'll do it now. It doesn't matter, but I just don't want him to be able to recast this thing. Okay, Yorion to hand. Lotus Petal is a great one. Lotus Petal into play, it'll allow us to kind of like double recur things. So 1, 2, 3, human mana, salvagers. So now what I do is I can discard my hand for triple white, and then pay 2 to bring it back. And Leyline Binding has entered play. What's it going for? That's the question. It's going for my salvagers. Okay, I don't actually think I care about that. So LED comes back. This goes down. Then I'm going to exile Phyrexian Devourer. Put a counter there. Okay, second Leyline Binding. That's what you got going on, MonoG. Okay. Well, the next creature I have is also going to have Salvager's ability. So right now I could grow this, but it doesn't matter. So I leave that alone and untap. Unfortunately, Yorion's going to come down next turn and make my life sad, because these things are going to get flickered. So Chalice on 0 is going to come back into play, but I'll have a Salvagers, and I guess technically I could exile this creature and pump my Salvagers. I don't know. So these things are all going to get flickered, which is really gross. MonoG doing MonoG things. Oh, he kept the Salvagers one. Too many ley lines to bind is what I say. The Soul Cauldron is gone now, so I don't have that combo kill anymore. And Lotus Petal, yeah, that makes sense. So now, my best hope is to draw a Karn and then get a Ensnaring Bridge and then Karn Lattice. Karn can also clear my Chalice of the Void, so that's what I'm playing toward. We're both very low on resources. MonoG only has 1 card in hand, I have nothing. Ballista is not bad. I think playing it for x equals 3 doesn't change the clock on me, because either way, like 9 is 3 hits of a 4/4 versus 11 is still 3 hits from a 4/4. Six Sanctuary to get Lorien revealed. To draw 3 cards, it's too many cards. Two mana, 3, 4, If he's figuring out he wants to leave his white sources open, that makes sense. More removal? Maybe not. Who's to say? So we go to 5 here. Let a land. Kraken said land. No, flage. Don't flage me, bro. Oh, Uro. Okay. Actually, a lot less concerned about Uro right now. Wasteland's annoying. Ancient Tomb. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can make a 5/5. Play this first. So I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. Pump this. And my thought is that I could attack for 5 and then clear this Yorion. But then Uro enters play, and I don't know what I would do about that. But this thing is attacking me for 4 in the air next turn anyway. So I think even though this isn't like a good way through this, it is my only way through this. So I attack like this. And kill the Yorion because I have no way to survive the Yorion. Okay. Now I do not know what I could draw. Like, Karn getting Ensnaring Bridge doesn't get me there because I can't afford it. Oh, I know what I could draw. I could draw Kozilek's Command. So even if Uro enters, Uro is CMC 3, and I could pay 5 going to 1 life and Kozilek's Command this Uro out of here. So Kozilek's Command is the draw I'm hoping to hit here. I do have outs. That's kind of nice. Front seal. Okay, yeah. That's annoying. Turns off Bomberman combo, but also makes sense given this metagame. Kozilek's Command. Engineer. Engineer do anything for me. I mean, it's a blocker. And it lets me put a card in the graveyard that I don't want. So that's also kind of nice. I guess I can get a Soul Cauldron. The cards in the graveyard can't be targets of spells or abilities. This only targets cards in the graveyard, so that's like useless. But maybe getting rid of a useless thing is good. So get out of here, Soul Cauldron. MonoG is, of course, gonna be at 5 cards in hand. Okay, I'm dead, so I will concede. I was gonna say I was close to dead, but no, I'm just dead. So against OnZD MTG, I think I want the Kozilek's Commands. I think I want the 4th Ballista main. I think I do not need all of the LEDs. I'm impressed that he managed to thread the needle to block both those combos. Maybe Ballista's not all that great, actually. It's like very slow and I don't know. I cut like a land against him. Could shave up planes. Like shaving up planes against the super slow control deck is okay. The Fairy Macabres do have some targets. The Crater Makers don't really. Yep, this is what I'm going to do. Okay. On the play, yes. So let's see here. I would like to go first. Anurag is waiting for something. Not sure. Oh, the game is waiting for him to reveal Yorion. That's what's going on. Okay, Yorion has been revealed. This hand looks very solid. I'm going to keep it. So my plan is just to leverage Urza Saga with this hand, which means go in Saga, and Lotus Petal before Bauble, and then follow it up with a Bauble. Once Lotus Petal hopefully resolves, I will cast the Bauble. Alright, it resolved. Bauble is coming in. Vex Anurag. He has forced it, so it is no longer vexing him, only metaphorically. So now I'm going to play a city. Ooh, Karn is a nice pickup. I think that I'm better off making constructs first, since these are not counterable, and trying to pressure Anurag into prioritizing answering the constructs in that board while I then develop threats after that. Grand Seal, yep. One construct in. Kozilek's Command is also a nice pickup. I will get another Lotus Petal because without LED, without being able to target things in my graveyard, it makes more sense that Kozilek's Command is going to be the more useful spell. I am not going to play a land right now because that will shut me off of double colorless, and Goblin Engineer isn't going to be able to work under this ground seal. So I'm in no rush. I'm much more interested in trying to leverage these constructs as far as they can go. My sideboard's got a Walking Ballista that I could get. It's got a Microsynth Lattice, aka Microsoft Lettuce. Ooh, a second city. That's really good too. Let's start off by attacking. Or potentially 8. Well, that 8 is now 0. Sad and tragic. Okay, so I think maybe I want to finish with this city so I can go 1, 2, 3. I can play a plateau. I'm sacking 1 petal for this. I can Karn. And I could minus for a Ballista. That makes some sense to me. And then when I build up to 6 mana, I would try to Karn for a Lattice. But right now I'm just trying to find some individually serviceable cards. Beanstalk. It's not what we'd like to see. Oh no. Well, that's kind of expected also. Like, that's why we didn't get, like, Lattice here. So, I am just going to play a Ballista for 1. And I'm going to try to save this, like, LED in case I draw a Fleshraker off the top or something like that. Burrow. Well, Kozilek's command will be able to answer that in a way. By exiling it from... No, I can't. Target cards in graveyards can't be targets of spells or abilities. God, that's annoying. Okay. Well, where's this leyline going? Leyline binding. What is it laying? What is it lining? What is it binding? Petal or Ballista? Ballista. Well, nope. Gotta throw it. Okay, so I think... I think I play City now, and then in MonoG's end step, I'm going to Kozilek's command for 2, and try to set up a couple draws. I could go for 3 and like crack the petal. That kind of makes some sense. I might do it in response to the Yorion. Or not the Yorion, the Uro. Yeah, I'm going to do it now just because it's slightly less likely he'll have a counterspell. Yeah, cannot target cards with... Oh wait, actually I want to do it once it hits play on the Uro. There we go. This is... So I scry X, draw a card, and exile target creature. So target player, me, target creature, Uro. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught an Uro alive, it's probably going to get forced, but if it doesn't, I'm in great shape. Yeah. I'm not surprised that Anu had the force there because he has a lot of cards. And I do not have a lot of cards. Oh no, I should not have played that land. I think I've kind of mentally conceded this game. Since I threw away a city for no reason. That was just silly of me. I'm going to reveal a Soul Cauldron. I don't think I have any real outs right now. I threw away the city, but like I can't play my Eldrazi spells now. That was just a mistake. Anyway, what's going to happen now is MonoG's going to attack me for lethal as I fail to draw out of this, and then at some point he'll be able to put Yorion into his hand, and then he will flicker all of these things, not this one, but the 2 ground seals, leyline binding, all that. And then I will be very dead. Okay, I think I've seen enough. GG's. Alright, so we're 1-1. Defeated by Onzid MTG. And we are gonna try to win out in round 3. See you all soon. Hello, we are back. We're against INF, who is a great Japanese player. They play all sorts of different decks. So, looks like they're probably on blue-black Rescaminator right now. I kept this hand based off of the strength of Goblin Engineer. And now I'm thinking that I'm going to go Petal, Petal. I'm going to play a Soul Cauldron out. Because if they're on Rescaminator, this is really good at preventing things from going awry. I'm playing out this LED as a kind of way to insulate through days. Now, I have two ways I could go about this. One is to jam double engineer right here. And the other way is to hold back completely. Or sorry, double, I missaid that completely. I could jam engineer right now and entomb a Phyrexian Devourer. And that eats it to like any removal spell. Or I could wait a turn and double up with Goblin Engineers next turn. I think I'm going to go that route because I just don't know exactly what my opponent's doing right now. And I think the odds that they play something really scary, like a removal spell, are too high. Or they jam to daze, and like they daze me, I discard my hand to pay for it, then they force. Okay, well, Psychic Frog. I'm gonna eat the troll in response. Doesn't really matter, but fun. Ooh, and I just drew the Devourer, so that means I could put a Ballista in my yard? Yeah, so I can put Walking Ballista into my graveyard, and then just go ping, 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 for lots of damage. Yes, I'll use the ability, and I'll put Ballista in the yard. And then I'll do it again. And on this one, I don't quite know what I'm going to put in there yet. Daze is fine. I pay for days. And then I will probably entomb like a Vexing Bauble. Something like that. And then while my opponent's tapped out, I'm going to hit this Devourer. This might have been a mistake. But I don't think, like, Archon doesn't stop me here if they, like, reanimate Archon. And I can just make this engineer arbitrarily large. That's my plan. Like, Atraxa doesn't stop the board. So that's not going to help. Archon needs to sacrifice the other engineer. So I think I have my bases covered, and INF agrees. So the plan was to exile cards from this to make this arbitrarily large, exile Ballista, and then just ping my opponent out of the game. Okay, so against Rescaminator, I want Kolaghan's or Kozilek's command, the other K command. For Graveyard Hate, I want Fairy Macabre for Graveyard Hate. I do believe I want Chalice, even on the draw. Or just on the draw make it that much worse because they can just entomb. Let's look at what I wouldn't want. I can cut another I can cut an LED as I've been doing. Be slightly less all in. I think on the draw, I don't know how much I want these chalices. Or if I do want them, what do I want them more than? Maybe I just keep one chalice main, cutting down to one LED. The ballistas are better natural draws, I think. But I still kind of want one as a tutor target and then one as a engineer. I don't know, engineer target. I don't know exactly how to board this, but I'm going to try this approach. Besides, I can always just open with my one of chalice and pretend I boarded correctly. Did not open with the one of chalice, but I do have engineers out the wazoo and I have a Kozilek's command. I'm going to keep it. So I guess turn 1 will be Flooded Strand Pass. Okay, well I'm getting griefed here, and since Animate Dead was already pitched, I am heavily anticipating a follow-up Reanimate. So one of the things about Rescaminator and why it's so good is because it's really hard to mulligan to like Graveyard Hate because they can always just rip it out of your hand with grief and stuff. And also you don't really want to mulligan too low to like a particular set of cards that might just like sidestep them because they can just grief you. Karn in the abstract is a pretty good draw. No complaints there. So if I make it to my upkeep, opponent might not have a second land. I'm just thinking about how I want to sequence my spells now. They shuffled. Okay, I don't think I want to draw more lands. I think I want to draw more action. So I'm going to grab a plateau. I'm grabbing a plateau because I have 2 plateaus. And I'd rather not get wasted off of any and all mana. I'd much rather be like, if I'm going to get wastelanded, I'd much rather have a plateau remaining than a plains remaining. And so now I have a Ballista in play, which does not block grief, does not trade with grief, does not interact favorably with grief at all, but is a play I have. Salvagers. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to attack with Ballista. It's not blocking. End step, I'm going to Kozilek's command to make a pair of Scions, and either if I need to remove a frog, remove a frog. If I need to just draw cards, draw cards. And the idea here is that I just make some daze insulation. Or this gets dazed, in which case that's not the worst either, so I'm going to make Scions and try to draw a card. This might get countered. If it does get countered, I am not too worried. It's consigned to memory. Okay, so now that I have a cavern, I think I get Karn here. And I tick down for LED. Play it? Or I don't even need to play it, right? I guess there's no harm in playing it. I will continue to attack for 1 because it doesn't make a difference. Opponent's gonna attack down my grief, murdering it in the most painful way imaginable. Or attack down my Karn with their grief, murdering it in the most painful way imaginable. Goodbye, Karn. Miss you. They're stuck on 1 land, which is a little unfortunate. Now, human. No countering this, please. White mana. Ariok Salvagers. So now at this point I have infinite mana. So I'll spend 2 of it to bring back LED. And then again I was going to make infinite mana, pump the Ballista. Opponent kindly conceded before I had to do that. GG's. Deal rest. And so yeah, I was going to return LED a bunch, make a ton of mana, and then either just pump this Ballista or recur this one. It's technically fewer clicks to do this one. So because it costs 4 to put a counter on this, meanwhile it costs 2 mana to effectively put a counter on this one. But anyway, yeah, was going to make all the mana, get the ballistas, and hit my opponent from 13 life to 0. So we're 2-1 now, and I'll see you all for run 4. Hey everyone, we are back for round 4. We're against T1 Initiative. Let's see here. They've mulliganed to 6. I think they're probably on like Echo Storm or something, so I'm going to keep this one. Got a Chalice on 1 and a Chalice on 0. Obviously, Chalice on 0 is really good against ourselves, but I'd much rather shut my opponent out of the game and beat them down with whatever. So that's going to be my plan. Granted, if they are on Echo Storm, I might not have this hand at all, so we'll see. Echo Storm appears to be the case. 3 mana. Okay, I mean, a Chalice 1, Chalice 0. And I've got a Soul Cauldron as a follow-up. That's pretty good. Okay, so I think given the texture of my hand, I want to take the Ancient Tomb Pain and just get like a big Kozilek's command. Entomb Echo? Okay. So if they want to echo me, they can. But I'll draw a fresh hand. Because they might not want to do that, yeah. They have established that they are worse off with Echo than without it. Now that said, I might still do this now, just to remove options for my opponent. And then on my turn, I'll be able to start making constructs. I can use Kozilek's command to remove one of the constructs, which is also really nice, just as an X = 0 mode. So I'm playing this out so I can make a construct and remove a construct. Now, I don't think there's going to be like main deck Pithy Needle. There's probably going to be main deck Vexing Bauble, but I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, I'm just going to let this happen. Or I guess I'll make a... make a construct. I might be able to bait them into going for some sort of bigger play than, like if they think these are tied as far as combat goes, they might, yeah, threaten it. So now I block, and then I do exile target creature, and then I draw a card. So I'll target myself, and I'll exile that one. So it'll shrink the construct that's attacking, and I draw a card. And in end step, I will eat Urza Saga. Fleshraker, that's good. See here, I think I get like Vexing Bauble just to kind of cover my bases on more things. Play out Urza Saga. I'm going to play Fleshraker as well. And then I'll throw an LED into the Abyss, but what it's going to do is it will give me a construct for my trouble. Like it's super, super countered, but that's okay. I don't need it. I just wanted to deal 1 damage and get a little Eldrazi Scion. Then I wanted to attack for 7. Cool. Very happy with that. Double countered. Might be like a natural tendrils. Echo. Yep, I can't stop it. Okay, I have Ballista now. So, I'm gonna set these up as an auto yield. Yeah, opponent's building up storm count. And try to get to a natural tendrils, I suppose. They might have it. Four mana. Tendies. Beseech. So at least now I have Vexing Bauble as a. This is crazy. I win by exactly not dying because the Vexing Bauble is going to counter the tendrils first copy. The storm count 6. But first counter gets copied, so the 5 copies hit the stack. And I survive at 2 life. Wow. Opponent almost winning is crazy though. What a scary deck. Okay, so Mindbreak traps are in. Kozilek's command is in. Creature Maker. Colorless non-land permanent. Yeah, it's okay, I guess. But is it? Let's look at like value over replacement. Ballistas are not great. Bubble, obviously good. Full Cauldron is like solid, fine. I can cut a basic planes. And I'm going to cut a pair of Fleshrakers just because I don't think that the incidental stuff that it does is what I want to be doing in this match. Well, this hand is about as good as I could hope it would be. It's got a Mindbreak Trap and 2 Chalices. I'll keep it, happily. Yeah, it's a double Chalice hand, and I Mindbreak Trap the combo, so we're here for it. Opponent's going down to 5. LED. LED. Okay, so now I can echo. Or now I can Mindbreak Trap the echo. So Chalice on 1. Entomb the LED, yeah. Chalice on 0. Good luck, have fun. Like, they might still go for it, but I don't know. Yep. They have gone for it. Mindbreak Trap still. Wonderful. I'm feeling very good about this game now that I redrew a Mindbreak Trap. Before that, I was quite unsure. But the double Chalice is really the lockout to this deck. What I was thinking. Wonder what they're going to come up with. Beseech the Mirror. Okay. I'm going to Mindbreak Trap whatever this gets. Song of Creation, yeah. Not interested in any songs being created. I was going to do something else, but I feel like Karn just kind of locks it out in a way that other things don't. So I'm going to go with Karn. And let's see the sideboard again. I'm going to get an LED. Oh, no, I'm not going to get an LED. I can't cast it. I guess I will get... Not going to get Lattice yet. Because I don't want it to get like shuffled back in from an echo or something. Or I guess I could get... Thinking about like zeros on this. I guess I get LED and just don't use it yet. Because I could always plus on my own Chalice if I really need to use LED. It's probably not the right... I should not have minused. But since I made that mistake, I don't want to get Lattice just yet. Goblin Engineer. I think I will do that. I guess I'll get a Soul Cauldron. Did I get a Vexing Bauble? I think I just get a Vexing Bauble or something. And then I could Kozilek's Command for 1 right now. I think I'm going to just to get this little Scion in play for extra mana next turn. and also try to find a Mindbreak Trap. Mindbreak Trap not acquired. So I am at only 10 life. So there's a world where I die, but it's not this one. We got the match 2-0 off the back of these double chalices. And so we are 3-1 in the event, and I will see you all for round 5. Hello, we're back for round 5. We're against Fingers 1991, playing, I presume, Rescaminator. This hand is a little bit slow, but I'm going to keep it anyway because of the Cavern and the fact that I have Soul Cauldron Engineer as like as a thing. So this might be a mistake. Might just get shredded here. But I'm hoping that I can try to leverage these magic cards to victory. Okay, Lion's Eye Diamond is potentially nice. As like a combo piece, if I draw, like, if I naturally draw the Devourer. I'm going to lead on a Saga here. I'm not planning to make any mana with it. I'm not planning to make any constructs with it. But my goal with this Saga is to be able to have it trigger off and get Vexing Bauble so that I can protect my stuff, and also to eat Wastelands. Because really the thing I need to resolve is this Soul Cauldron. I need this Cavern to resolve as well. Okay. So now that I think I'm going to play Petal. Going to play Plateau. Gonna play an LED. I don't know if I'd pay for days by stacking this, but at least I wanna. No. Shoot, I meant to play Soul Cauldron, not Engineer. But this is potentially okay. Ah. Why did I do this? I just clicked the wrong card. I was trying to get a Soul Cauldron down through reanimate stuff. If I had done this, I would have played Cavern. This was all just mistakes, misclicks. But now my opponent, maybe they force the Engineer, and then I can shove Soul Cauldron through next turn. A little silver lining on this mistake. I'm not too optimistic, but Force Pitch Force, yep. But at least it's not hitting Soul Cauldron. Troll Cauldron. Troll is in. Swamp has been obtained from my opponent, and very likely Troll is coming out of the graveyard. Yep, animate dead on Troll. That's quite a clock. I should be scared. I am. I think due to the Troll here, I'm going to go for Saga into Soul Cauldron. Ooh, Ballista is nice. Just because it naturally has a counter. So Soul Cauldron will be able to like synergize with it. Okay, the Cauldron is in. That's great. I don't think I'm going to use it on Engineer until I have a target. Because I might actually want to do engineering shenanigans with this thing and also just give +1/+1 counter to my stuff. So on the end step, I'll just like exile a random card of my opponent's. Frog? Frog. Doing this now then, so they can't exile in response to my stuff. Doesn't really matter. It's not making a difference. Okay, so what are we drawing? So if we draw, okay. That's really good. Now I name Goblin with this. And I entomb the Phyrexian Devourer. And then I don't think I have a way to get this Ballista into play as well. As much as I would like to, I don't think that I can actually do it. There's no tricky line. Yes, I'll use the ability. Yes, I will grab Phyrexian Devourer. And so I'm going to leave the Soul Cauldron up right now. And then I will probably use it on end step. This plays into Brazen Borrower a little bit, but it plays around my opponent doing some reanimate shenanigans of their own. I can tune reanimate on Atraxa or something crazy like that. And so that seems worth it to me. Although I am pretty nervous right now. Okay, the frog is flying. We knew that was going to happen. Not block this, but it's coming in. Discarding Animate Dead to grow the frog. Discarding Troll to grow the frog. Discarding, okay, so yeah. They're presenting as much damage as they can. So now when I just let it go. I draw a card. I pray it's not Brazen Borrower. I go from there. Not Brazen Borrower. We win. Like even face up on board, we win. Because they can't block. But we'll do it. Exile Devourer. Counter there. And so now I can just attack for lethal. But I'll also play out. I guess I don't need to play the Ballista. I could just instant speed. Just with my LED, discard Ballista, exile it, and attack for and ping for lethal. If for some reason that came up. But yeah, I win the game here. Okay, so exile top card of my library. They want to see my deck, which makes sense. Lots of zeros in here. So at this point, I can play out this Ballista. Just saves me a little bit of time in revealing information. Now I sack. I guess I can just grow the Ballista straight up. Okay, lethal, but anyway. The opponent sees my deck. They didn't see any Auriok Salvagers, so maybe they don't literally know about Bomberman yet, but they can probably figure that out. So I want Macabres, I want Kozilek's Command. I don't really know how much I want Chalice on the draw. I think, like I discussed last time, Vexing Baubles, decent. Got an LED. Yeah, I think I got myself to the same board strategy I did last time. Makes sense to me. Let's run it back. All right, on the draw for game 2, this hand is too slow, has Devourer and a bunch of stuff that doesn't quite work. And no LED to like bin Devourer, otherwise this would be quite a bit better. And Karn at 4 mana to get the LED is again too slow. Mulligan. This hand is better. It's got a Macabre, it's got a Soul Cauldron, it's got a Karn. Keep it. I'm going to put Engineer on the bottom. On second thought, I'm going to put Saga on the bottom. Because the Engineer Soul Cauldron combo is good enough that I think I want to just, even though I don't have any way to cast that, it's worth going for. So one thing that's nice about this whole thing is my opponent needs to take Macabre first. Like if they don't take Macabre, I just use it. So they have to take the Macabre. And now I can hopefully jam the Soul Cauldron into play. See if we do it. Hey, it stuck. That's very nice. So now opponent's graveyard and mine are both under control. Opponent's pondering, thinking about their plays with 3 orbs. Wonder if they chose not to shuffle, so that's bad for me because that means they figured out a plan to beat this Soul Cauldron. I'm just exiling the Grief now. No reason to wait around. Second Soul Cauldron is nice, but I think I want to play this Fleshraker first because this gets threats on the board. Oh, could they counter the mana making ability of this? They could. With that new, what's it called? What's that card called? In my Scam deck. Or in my Scaminator sideboard. No. Consigned to memory. Yeah, because it could counter the triggered ability of Saga to make mana. But my opponent let it happen, so I'm in luck. Glaring Flesh Raker. Are we in there? We are in there. Great. So Troll has been cycled. Troll were declared. And again, I'm not going to act with the Soul Cauldron until either the end step or there's a reanimation effect going on. Because I don't want my opponent to then entomb and reanimate something scarier. So that's why I'm waiting till end step to activate Soul Cauldron. It's funny that when I do this, my Fleshraker will have Swamp Cycling, even though that doesn't matter. Like once it's in play, it can't cycle, but it will have the Swamp Cycling ability. Okay. Opponent's back into main phase, playing Swamp. So Frog is coming down. I'm going to... So the risk I'm thinking about here is if I try to Soul Cauldron now, my opponent won't be able to exile 3 cards, but they could just like discard an Archon and like reanimate it. I don't want to lose to that. So I'm just going to let that stick. And then I'll eat this in end step. Oh, my opponent let it happen. Okay. That's nice for me. If I draw a red, I can just play out this Goblin Engineer. Not quite red. Not red enough. Although it does make more Scions for this Soul Cauldron to go ham with. I just realized I could play. I can play LED. Which makes a Scion. And then I can play Karn with this newfound mana. If I wanted to. Does that help me very much? I don't know. Not convinced it does, but I'm not convinced it hurts too much either. I feel like my opponent has a consigned to memory in their deck. And that's why they're pausing for long periods of time on these colorless spells. But I think the safest thing I can actually do is just play a second Soul Cauldron. Because now there's no way that I can get bamboozled by my opponent. So if I attack with this Fleshraker, I have the capability to make it as large as a 5/5. Because I could eat both my Engineer and my Macabre. Opponent can discard 3 cards to this Frog and make it a 4/5. So I think that I am safe to attack with this Fleshraker. If they're discarding their whole hand, I know exactly what they've got going on. And I'm not like too afraid to use my Soul Cauldron. I think. Oh no, it's legendary. Ah. Well, I don't know how cards work, so that's a bigger problem for me. But at least I got a sweet Scion out of the deal. I guess I'm just passing. That was frustrating. I feel dumb. But, you know, you were probably shouting at your screen, no, don't do it. It's legendary. It's not Agatha, Soul Cauldron. It's her Soul Cauldron. She could have multiple. Agatha's Soul Cauldrons. Just souls in a cauldron. She's a witch of sorts, I assume. Yeah. There's no reason she would only have one cauldron. Like, what about her backup cauldron? Say, like, she's watching this one. It's like the souls got stuck to the bottom. And then, like, she'd have backup cauldron. She wouldn't, like, throw away a like, oh, I got a second cauldron. Time to throw my first cauldron away. That's wasteful. And witches are not wasteful. That's why they use stuff like Eye of a Newt. Because it's using the whole buffalo. Not brave enough to attack now that I know that I will not win combat. I feel very foolish, but that's okay. I guess worst case scenario, if my cauldron gets bounced, I can activate LED for red. Use this cauldron to exile engineer, and then give my Fleshraker the ability to tap, sack this cauldron, return this cauldron. So maybe I was just playing around that as a line. And my cauldrons are now unbounceable because I can instant speed, use engineer from my hand with LED to give my Fleshraker the ability to switch out the cauldrons. So potentially I'm a genius. And I just misplay into my own success, falling up MTG style. We'd love to see it. Opponent looks like they're multitasking or something. Okay, end step has been passed priority to. Opponent has taken their turn. They're discarding reanimate. Giving the frog flying, as frogs are wont to do. I'll see you when frogs fly. And I don't think I want this construct token more than I want these two. Two scions. Let's see. I guess I'll eat this macabre. I can still do the instant speed flip thing in a true worst case scenario. So maybe this is okay. Oh, because I can Karn. That's why it's okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana because this can find Lotus Petal, so I can Karn and Engineer. Are you gonna reanimate this grief on me? I wish you wouldn't do that. Okay, well, if they take Engineer, I'm okay. And if they take Engineer, they don't take engineer, I think I can win. If they take Karn, I'm also like in surprisingly good shape. I could crack this. No, because my Cauldron's tapped now. Okay, yep, I just made a mistake. That's my own foolish behavior coming to roost. There's no reason for me to go for that macabre, just to, like, reduce the... I guess I was trying to distribute my counters a little more, but it's okay. Yeah, they have to take Karn because otherwise get shut off. Ooh, I found a new Karn. And Thought saves the top of the deck. That's one of my favorite lines. This is why. So this gonna get Petal. So I have red for this engineer. But 1, 2, 3, 4. Karn, and then this makes a new Scion, so I still get to keep this one as well. My misplay went unpunished. Yeah, Karn just enters. It doesn't even need to do anything. Its mere presence is enough to win this game, because the unlicensed hearse will not be able to activate. Karn's like, excuse me, sir, do you have a license for that hearse? And the driver of this hearse says, no. And Karn's like, well, you can't drive anymore. Okay, so 1, 2, engineer. Then I get the Rexian, whatever it's called, Devourer. I eat it. Now both of these, either one of these can just get like arbitrarily large. Oh, and I can also do a ballista. The cleanest way to win would be crack LED for triple blue or whatever color, red, I don't care. And then -2 car and grab ballista, and that ballista for 1 will have a counter on it, and then because it has a counter on it, it will have the ability of drip power and just to ping my opponent out for lethal. So we got the match 2-0. Despite some suboptimal plays. And so we're 4-1 now, and got to win in the next round. I will see you all for round 6. Hello, welcome back for round 6. We're against Powered by Vanya. We've won the die roll. We'll keep this hand, I think. A little bit of a weird one, but it's got Petal LED into Vexing Bobble. And then we can play a turn 2 Karn and go from there. I mean, we got construct stuff too. Yeah, I'm keeping it. I make sure I play these out before I play the Vexing Bobble. But it does mean that regardless of what my opponent's playing here, I have a pretty well-rounded hand. Because Karn can get Ballista, and then Salvagers could combo off. Saga. Vexing Bobble. It's in. Cool. My opponent gonna do? Thinking. Okay, so they're on the Forge deck. Or not the Forge, the Cloudpost deck. So I can't play that successfully under my bauble. So I believe that my plan is to play Karn. And then minus Karn for a Walking Ballista. And then next turn I'll be able to combo off with Salvagers. Yep, my opponent is disrupting my flute. So I do not get to do that sort of thing at all. That's okay. And the Great Creator. I'm gonna look up this list. True Futurism is the one who Cloudpost Extraordinaire, who has been continually doing well with the deck. I want to see what that list looks like. It looks like this. So Vexing Bauble does very little for me on my side of the field. Unfortunately, Karn is just stuck there, so I can't do much about that. If I naturally draw a Walking Ballista, I can win. But I might also just get a creature going, oh, this will work for next turn if I... So I'll go colorless here. Yeah, I'm just going to let not make a construct so that I can play this Fleshraker. And I think I'll put a Lotus Petal into play. And I could jam this one into the bauble, but I don't think that's necessary quite yet. Like I can always just do that next turn before I combo off. Don't need to do that just yet. I don't anticipate that they'll have a great way to remove this Fleshraker. Crop rotation. What are you rotating your crops for? Urza's Tower. Okay, they're doing some sort of One Ring shenanigan sort of thing, that's my guess. No, they can't One Ring because I have a Karn in play. 7, 6. Okay, they're getting rid of my land. Well, that's a little rude. Or if they didn't do that. Getting a land of their own and killing mine. Goodbye, Ancient Tomb. I hardly knew ye. Another Karn does not do me any good. So now I'm gonna crack this bauble. Hey, Ancient Tomb. That was the perfect draw. I mean, any soul land would have done it, but it was still the perfect draw. Because now I have 4 mana with which to cast an Auriok Salvagers. I crack this for triple white. I return it. I could just do this with Lotus Petal, but generating mana, there's no harm in doing that. So now you can see me combo with my opponent making me do it, and that's fine. We're having fun here. I'm going to pause until my opponent concedes. One thing I just realized while comboing here is with Vexing Bauble here, I can also draw my deck. So like one thing I could do, oh, my opponent conceded, that's nice. But anyway, I could recur the Vexing Bauble and then play it and then crack it to draw a card and so on and so forth. So I would just be able to draw through my deck until I find whatever I needed, but this worked. Okay, so I'm moving into the sideboard. It looks like I should expect some Force of Vigor, some Source of Plowshares, that kind of thing from my opponent. So I want to cut Vexing Bauble because it does nothing. I want to cut Chalice because it does next to nothing. I do want Crater Maker. I probably want Kozilek's Command because I think it's better than anything else in the board. Yeah, that seems fine. Submit. I guess if my opponent's playing Source of Plowshares, I might want more of those chalices, but this hand seems solid. I'll keep it. It's a turn 2 Karn, essentially, with a turn 3 Lattice. So I play land, Ballista. And so I go turn 2 Karn, turn 3 Lattice, and hope that works. This Ballista is basically defense, so that my Karn survives. Oh, I should have played out the LED. That was a mistake. No longer have a turn 3 Lattice, but I still do have a turn 2 Karn. So float. Now that I drew an Ancient Tomb, I'll play the Tomb. Play Karn. And I guess I'll minus for Lattice now, so they can't like disrupt it later. Mycosynth Lattice. And I will attack for 1 with this Ballista. Yeah, if I had played LED earlier, then I would be able to play the Lattice next turn. But I didn't. That's on me. Null Rod? Oh, opponent's own Karn. Now we're going to have a very silly match against each other. But my creatures are going to help a lot. They have plus on nothing. I'm probably also going to plus on nothing, yeah. So I'm going to go city 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing this just so I can get a 2/2 Walking Ballista down, because I need to beat my opponent's Karn here. Karn's going upstairs on nothing. I can't, like, targeting my opponent's Vexing Bauble only helps them, because it would become a 1/1 creature. Which is something I can do if I draw a Kozilek's Command. I could remove it that way, but as of right now, that does not help me. If I draw another Soul Land, that's probably my best draw, because then I can just play the Lattice, and then I'd have a board advantage. Another Karn is a solid draw, maybe. think this turn I grab Ensnaring Bridge. Because it's a 3/3 when I make an attack. Guess let's attack with these Ballista first. Cares about the number of cards in my hand. So yeah, I can play Ensnaring Bridge. I can even use that forest, or that Ancient Tomb as a forest, so I'm not taking pain to cast it. Yeah, I just want to draw a soul land. But barring that, at least my Ensnaring Bridge will be able to attack, which is kind of ironic given what Ensnaring Bridge usually does. Opponent is plussing on nothing, playing a Cloudpost. So we're going to be able to get this Karn off the table, I think. And we drew a Soul Cauldron, which I don't know how much that helps me right now, but it's cool, I suppose. Oh, it does help me quite a bit. So I can go +1 on bridge. And then I can attack everyone. I guess I attack Karn, attack my opponent. Get Karn down. No, Karn's not going down. What's happening? Dismember my bridge. Okay. So now I'm in my second main phase. Karn has already ticked. So I suppose I can Soul Cauldron and have that be an attacker for next turn. A little bit unfortunate that I didn't play around Dismember, but that's, I guess, life. Once upon a time. What are they going to find? Once upon a time. Where's this tower? It's a lot of mana. Three, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's a lot of mana. Powered by Vanya. With all the mana. So what I would have liked to do at some point, I screwed this up by having Lettuce in hand, but I could activate Karn on a Vexing Bubble and then use my Walking Ballista to shoot down the Vexing Bubble as a way to eliminate a creature. But that does not appear to be happening right now. Salvagers, huh? Okay, well, that is lethal if I can get this Karn and Bauble off the board. I do both? Not with the mana I have. So I guess I'll start by getting the bauble or getting the Karn off the board. And I will over attack Karn this time around, just in case there's an answer. I still want to be able to knock Karn down. They're thinking about Beseeching me. They don't want to do that because I'll get an untapped basic Force of Vigor. Ouch. Okay. So measly 1 damage makes its way through. I think it's time that I actually say goodbye to this City of Traders. It was a good city, but I want to play this Salvager. Because it can attack. And I need attackers. Okay. Now what's my opponent got in store for me? Is it Karn +1 on nothing? Is it minusing Karn? That's actually scarier. By quite a bit. +1 on Bobble. Now they're playing defense. Stuva copying Cloudpost, probably? Yeah. And I will name Goblin with the next cavern. Okay, so given the fact that I actually want to trade Bobble off, like I would need to get the Bobble off the field anyway, I'm going to attack with both creatures at Karn. And if Bobble trades with Ballista, I'm okay with that. I don't think I want to play out LED though, because LED is my only white source at the moment, so I would need it to start the white. I guess I could get an LED and cast 1 LED. Like play, because I haven't used Karn yet. Okay, so yeah, they're chumping. Now they're thinking about it. Yeah, I could like -2 the Karn to get an LED. Yeah, that's what I think I'll do. So I'm gonna go Cavern on Goblin. Use the human mana. Cast the Salvagers. I will -2 this Karn. Get an LED. And it will potentially convince them that killing this LED holds value. Like they might like use their Karn on that intentionally. Like as opposed to -2 for like some desperation play. So I'm hoping that that works out for me. I drew another Planar Nexus. It's a lot of mana. Oh my god. This is Emrakul. It's Mecha Spawn. The Ancient Tomb has been dealt with. I have Ugin. They have so much mana. 5, 8. What are they going to get? Another Mycospawn? They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana available now. Another Mycospawn makes the most sense to me. Yeah. Oh, kicked it too. That's gross. Because it costs less due to Ayavugan. Oh, this game slipped away. Tabernacle. Oh no. I guess I only have one of these two. This game really slipped through my fingers. I'll keep one of them alive. But then I'm going to concede to make sure I have time to win game 3 with like a Bomberman combo and stuff. Crater Maker. Does make a crater. Destroys target colorless non-land permanent like the best of them. But I don't think that does it. I'm just going to concede. I just don't have time. Like I just don't have the mana to crater make because Karn is in play, shutting me down. I think Ballista is better than LED by a fair amount. Ballista just being presence on the board, power and toughness, seem to have quite a bit of value that game. I wonder if I want to have some chalices. Turns off Vexing Bauble and crop rotation. But and plow. Be like over the commands. Like these don't really do much in this game. Yeah, I'll bring in the chalices for one. Hope I'm able to turn off Vexing Baubles and plows. I didn't see any white actually, but Vexing Baubles at least. Okay. I think that's right. I don't know. Going with my gut. Okay, we're on the play for game 3. Yes, we're going first. This hand does not quite have it. I think it's just a little bit too light on lands. This hand definitely doesn't have it. I guess this will do. It's pretty bad. Put away Chalice and Full Cauldron. And then I play Chalice on 1 and hope it does something. Yeah, not the best, but it's better than a 4-card hand, I think. Because the Chalice at least probably shuts off opponent's Vexing Bobble and stuff. I'm not going to play out this LED because I have Chalice in play to prevent Vexing Bobble. And I don't want to expose it to a Force of Vigor for no reason. Come on, Soul Land. Nope, that's a Karn. I need, like, Ancient Tomb would be a nice draw. Ancient Tomb would be a really nice draw. Full Cauldron is not the best draw, but I'll play it. Better to have it in play than nothing, I think. Really could use an Ancient Tomb. Plateau. That actually does it, I think. So it gets me infinite mana. But I don't have any way to use it yet. Like, I can, like, discard the Salvagers and then Cratermaker gets Salvager's ability. But I don't have any, like, win condition yet. Is that worth blowing it? I think so. I think it's worth popping the city for that. Cratermaker. And I will play the LED out now. Okay, they're doing... Maybe they're going to name Goblin Cratermaker? That's kind of fine, to be honest. Yeah, okay. I guess I'm still not going to expose the LED then. Because if Cratermaker gains the abilities, it's still Cratermaker's abilities, so it doesn't help me at all. The One Ring. I hate to see it. Okay. Not attacking because there's really no reason. They have protection. There might be a way that I can weasel an engineered... But Cratermaker still doesn't have abilities, is the problem. I was like, engineer, put Devourer in the yard, but then Cratermaker still can't do anything. So I can make a giant Goblin Engineer. Not feeling good about this. Yep. Barney Boy is in. I was considering for a second, like, sacrificing LED and, like, using the Cratermaker or what have you. Like, pumping the Cratermaker, but it's just not worth it. Lands off the top is really what I want. Hey, there we go. It will attack Karn. I will engineer. I'll put Devourer in the yard. Currently cannot use. Or should I put Ballista in the yard? So that I could tack down Karn. If I attack down Karn, I have to attack down Karn to win either way. Either one of these. But Ballista is the way to do that post-combat. So I think it's Ballista that I want in the yard. Okay. Another land and I can get Karn into play as well, which shuts off my opponent's ring, which is kind of where I want to be. I'm in big trouble this game. Opponent has 11 cards in their hand. Happy stories do not start with opponent has 11 cards in hand. But sad stories start. Plus on my chalice. Crop rotation, yeah. The chalice was doing something. It's good to know. No, don't do that. Don't Myco spawn me. Ah, brutal. Be like a tavern. Yeah, shoot. That's rough. I have really almost no way out of this now, I think. Opponent needs to make some true unforced errors here. But that's not happening. They're playing it well. So I'll keep my engineer alive. Because it's not being shut down by Disruptor Flute. Ancient Tomb. It's a start. Yeah, I mean, I don't have much of a way out of this. Okay. I really don't have much of a way out of this. But I'm going to try because this is my win and in. And they're like, is an outside chance I top 8 with the loss? But I want to try to win. Oh, Lattice. Okay, well, I will concede to a Lattice. Or will I? I will concede when they kill me because I have a ring in play. Okay, now I'm taking 3 and then they're taking like a bunch, but okay, Ivugan. I'll concede to Ivugan. Alright, that's rough, but maybe we top 8. Let's see. On ZD1, as far as opponents go. The Fingers lost, okay. Leady's won. Turn 1 initiative stopped playing. INF won. Okay. We might sneak in. Etrix is definitely getting in. But we probably have better breakers than like Magic Dads, Ryan Wu. It depends upon how the last round goes, but we have a lot of opponents winning. Like Anurag won. Obviously, Powered by Vanya won. They beat us. But yeah, we have a chance. Hopefully see you for top 8 in just a minute. Hey, what do you know? We snuck into 8th place, although we really got quite a bump as far as our win percentage goes. We're 65% as opposed to our opponents. Our 9th place is 58% win rate, so a solid 8th place, but 8th place nonetheless. Very happy to see it. Looks like we're going to be against Anurag on ZD MTG once more. So yeah, I'll see you all for the quarterfinals in an on-ZD rematch. Super happy to have top 8 even with a loss, by the way. This is just like really, really happy. I obviously got lucky to do this, but happy we got there. And it's time to fight on the MTG. Let's hope we win the die roll, because we don't have seeded play draw on Moto. We did not win the die roll. Okay, so how do we sequence this hand? It's got 2 sagas. I mean, I want to play a saga super early as a mana bump. I think I do. I'll keep this. I'll play a turn 1 saga. Ooh. Okay, I think that with this Chalice, I'm no longer going to blow Crystal Blow the Saga. 2. It's still worth going in on that line. Yeah, I think that I start with Petal. I go Plateau. Yeah, so I'm not going to go turn 1 Saga anymore because I have this Chalice play. So my Chapter 3 mana bump isn't going to be there. Brainstorm, looking for a force or something. He's brainstorming hard. He's thinking. It's late at night for both of us. Both sleepy boys. But I wonder where this brainstorm will end up. Or whether or not this Chalice will resolve. If the Chalice is in, I'm feeling good. Obviously, like, it could just get Leyline Bindinged, but that means that something else isn't getting Leyline Bindinged, so that's nice. And Chalice is in. Okay. The next turn I'll play Saga and start getting that to tick up. Okay, Cycling Lorien revealed. What are we getting? All the mana. Oh, Xander's Lounge there. So you'll have all 5 colors under this. Oh my god. All 5 colors. Managed to get a Phage. Plage? A Flage into Plage. But I will just. Okay, nothing to do other than just play my cards. There's the beans. They're the beaniest. Another LED. think I Cavern Human now and then play the next Saga next turn. I'm going to make a construct this turn. The next turn I will try to pull something off. Okay, well. Chalice is unlocked. The void is gone. No more void. Another white source. So I assume that that's something. Engineer, huh? That change anything? No, I think it just gives me another card to try to cast. So I can do this. I can get a Lotus Petal. Then I'll jam out these LEDs also just so this is big. So yeah, not getting Vexing Bauble because I need to cast my zeros. Lotus Petal. LED. LED. Attack for 5. Beanstalk is beanstalking. So good. Brown Rug, really bad for me. I think I jam Engineer here. And if I can entomb a Walking Ballista, then I can potentially win with the Salvagers. Is that right? Is that what I want to do? Yeah, I think that's what I want to do. Okay, now what nastiness is happening to me next? Yorion in hand. Probably like a blue card for force. Cradle. Do I just jam constructs until like gives up? I don't want to play this Karn like dead into a force, and I afraid of removal for the Salvagers. Okay, I will attack with the construct. And the engineer? No, I'm going to leave the engineer back. I don't think that it helps me. I'm going to make another construct before damage, though. Yeah, I don't know what I can do about this, but I like that I'm dealing some damage. That's the goal here, deal some damage. Make him hurt. Yeah, I mean, cool. got a plow out of hand, so Salvador is slightly more likely to work. Every time that happens. Mystic Sanctuary. Oh no, not more plows. Okay, so we know he has a plow. Plow is known information. Yorion is in. Bird machine. And there's Chalice Zero. Gross. Okay, well. Leyline bindings both get flickered and the Beanstalk gets flickered. Wow. I guess we knew about the Yorion, so this is not a surprise. It's just painful. I forgot about the Yorion for long enough. Okay. Ouch, ouch. Okay. A new desperation play has arrived. If I float mana here, I can get a Vexing Bauble. And I will. I'll get a Vexing Bauble. I'm gonna name Goblin with this. Cavern. Going to play a Karn. Can't get forced because of the stupid Vexing Bauble. Unless you Leyline bindings it, then forces it. So now I'm gonna get Ensnaring Bridge so Karn can't get attacked. He doesn't look like he has second red. 3 damage to any target. Ugh. I think he doesn't have second red, so he gets. No, what did I do? I forgot to stack this. Ugh. I am a fool. Okay, well, what I meant to do. Okay, so I screwed up. I meant to sack an LED first, so I'd have 3 mana to get Ensnaring Bridge. Now, given that I screwed up, is there any way around this? I think I just concede the game. I mean, I'm sure that Unrock had ways through that, but... Okay, that was very silly. Not my best move. Don't think Chalice is all that good. It just gets reset to 0. It's a liability. Cut that, add Ballista. Crater Makers aren't great, but they're like better than nothing. Or I just play more LEDs and go ham. I'm gonna try going turbo. These don't do much. 2-mana 2/2s are not gonna win this game. Okay. We're back for game 2. This hand is an easy keep. Just off the power of Saga, and I've also got Kozilek's Command. I'll lead on Saga. Pass the turn. And shrink my sideboard. There's no card in play. Or no card in hand, nothing on deck. Soul Cauldron. That's pretty cool. I want to play Tomb, and I think I'm going to play out Petal as well. Because if I need to like shove a Kozilek's Command X equals 2, like say he plays like Collector Roof or something, I can do that. But no, it is just Construct City. And maybe I don't get a Vexen Bubble because I didn't play out my LED. Or maybe I do get a Vexen Bubble anyway, and I just sequenced it poorly. Okay, well, Dress Down eliminates these constructs. I will get the most vexing of baubles. Play a city. Play a Soul Cauldron. Not going to play Walking Ballista into the Dress Down because that's suicidal. Walking Ballista would never survive such a thing. Karn, huh? Karn is cool. Karn okay? Karn is okay. You get like a Chalice and jam it? No. No way. I'm gonna get a Chalice and not jam it. Because I want to be able to do lattice stuff next turn. Microsoft Lettuce. Brain Surge. My brain's exploding. Oh, that's cool. Way to go, MonoG. Way to brain surge. The master at his craft. The brain has surged. My brain has surged. What's he gonna do? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they carn for you? Okay, fourth land. So Leyline Binding is the play, I assume. Otherwise he wouldn't fetch for this. Maybe he has 2 Leyline Bindings, and now they cost 1 each. So I'll have to play around Leyline Binding, which means I should not go for the Mycosynth Lattice. Maybe he's bluffing it? He wouldn't bluff me like that. MonoG's too kind to bluff me in such a way. You know, I could have used Soul Cauldron in the end step. That was a mistake. It's all a mistake, but just a mistake. Uro, okay. Salvagers. Do I try to go for Lattice? Guess so. I feel like I'm gonna get Leyline Binding so hard. But what you gonna do? Yeah, I just feel like this is rough for me, but it's the only way I have to go through it. Okay, there's a Leyline Binding. What are we binding? Karn? The Bauble. So I could cycle this for a card. Sack in the Petal. I wouldn't be able to salvage her. Think that's okay? Because I need to get that off the field anyway. Hey, now I can salvage her. I mean, the next turn. Okay. No second green. I do it anyway. Yeah, I'm scared. Too scared. I can exile my Mycosynth Lattice with the Soul Cauldron and eventually recast it with Karn. That's kind of funny. Beans. Get out of here with your beans. Plus Karn on nothing. Cavern Human. No, shoot. Forgot that I lose my City of Traders to do that. I guess I go for this play now. Making a little guy. Technically, I could go LED. Discard my hand. And combo off because it will gain. I can make this little guy gain salvager stuff. Not getting better for me, is it? I guess next turn. No, I'll do it next turn because then I have a ballista. No, I don't know. I don't want to discard my whole hand. The brutal. I'm going to try it. Okay. LED. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. You got it? It's probably got it. Or he's just like, what the hell is he doing? Oh man. You have the answer? LED to my hand. No. Okay, so technically. Okay, yeah. Creatures lose abilities. Rough. Okay. guess I play out LED. What else am I gonna do? Oh, I know what I can do. So, if this Scion gets removed, like on MonoG's next turn, I can sack it and my LED to return Ballista and Petal and continue to try to go off. Return Ballista and LED. No, I need to draw. The sideboard having it. Sideboard have LED? Sideboard does not have LED. Exile does not have LED either. Okay. I still feel like you're getting back Ballista and probably the LED is the way to go. But no, I can't do that because I don't know. We'll see. I'm gonna try. Going to try my best. Even if it's not good enough. MonoG's thinking too. 2 thinkers at 1 a.m. Thinker versus thinker. I'm way down on time. MonoG's tapping lands. Casting Beans. Casting Solitude, okay. So Solitude enters. And I think I'm going to do the play I talked about. So I'm going to sacrifice this. One, two, three. I'll pick up Ballista. And then I'm going to hope to draw a land. So I'm going to pick up LED. And pay for it with that. I just hope to rip a land. Ripped a land. Hell yeah. Oh my god, okay. Wow, we really snuck that one out. What a top deck land. Okay, sorry, I zoned out for a bit, but I think I'm just going to run it back. Cool. I'll try to cut that out. Zone in. Lock in. That's what the kids say, right? Lock in. This hand does not function. Mulligan. This hand does function. Keep. I think I bin the planes. What do I get? What do I do? How do I sequence this? I think I'm gonna go turn 1 Saga. Turn 1 Soul Cauldron, maybe. Yeah, I like this. If I Soul Cauldron now, I can kind of keep MonoG's graveyard under control too, since he has Mystic Sanctuary stuff. Or if my Salvagers doesn't resolve, I can pin it. Oh no, Ground Seal. Well, so much for Soul Cauldron. So much for all my combos. For Karn. So I'm gonna go human on this. The next turn I'll play Saga because I want to be able to make constructs because my regular combos are not going to function through this Ground Seal. MonoG brainstorming, storming off with his brain. Missed on lands. Okay. So I assume things are going to get brutally forced. But I will try my best to push constructs and salvagers through for some sort of win. Okay. In my upkeep, MonoG, may I do things? Are you gonna wasteland me? Where are we at? Where are we at in life? I'll know a lot about his hand from what he wastelands. Like if he wastelands my tomb, then he's just trying to buy time and doesn't have counter magic. Yeah, Saga. Salvagers. 2/4. Uncounterable. Go. But this whole thing is just kind of rough. Like, I am fortunate that he doesn't have too much by way of lands, but I also don't have too much by way of time. I have less than 6 minutes to his 10. I have to play really fast, and I've been zoning out because I'm really, really sleepy. So, end step dress down, okay. So it's just cycling for land. Maybe it means he has another because he like blew that in the face of a Saga. Okay, so not gonna throw the Ballista now because that would be suicidal behavior. Do I have enough? Yeah, because of the city, I have enough mana to chain construct making. So I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna try to get as much damage on the board as possible. Uro in the yard. Very synergistic on MonoG. Brainstorm. I mean, I hope he misses on land. Sorry, Anu. I love you, but I hope you do not find land. Because that's my path to victory. Is screwing you out of casting anything. Ah, well. I guess karma is a god. I don't need to use the tomb yet. I can do this right now. Oh, this is a dress down. Maybe. Dress down, why didn't he do it earlier? Cannot be targeted spells or abilities, that's an ability. Okay, that does not work. Karn. I can just get a bauble and Karn him. That's what I'm gonna do. Right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, could not Karn if I don't get. So I'll do Karn stuff. Carny behaviors. Get Vexing Bauble. 2, 3, 4. Karn. I guess get Chalice by Chalice. Because next turn I'll still have enough mana to Lattice. Attack for 6. Okay. I'm gonna hope I can Lattice him next turn. Thoughts and prayers. Going to get a Surveil land? Yep. Surveilling it up. Into Beanstalk real fast. He doesn't need more cards, he needs action. Needs a Leyline Binding probably for my Karn. Thinking. 2 mana. Oh, right. Because of Chalice. Okay, so Bubble's gone. That means he has a Force. But not a coward. Although 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 4, 5, 6. No, it does not lethal. Okay. So -2. Microsoft let us Yep. As is expected. I mean, I had to go for it, right? Solitude. Gross. Down to 3 cards in hand. I'm down to 3 minutes on clock, though. Jeez, F6. Nothing else I can do this turn. Other than not waste my clock. Okay. We're both tired. That's my takeaway there. Okay, redrew the planes. I'll play Ballista, x equals 2. A plus on Agatha's Soul Cauldron. I think I've got lethal. think I do. Okay, the good news and bad news is that I'm on to top 4 because I'm in top 4 and I am sleepy. Let's do it. Okay, so we're back for top 4. This hand is kind of interesting. I think my opponent's on Eldrazi, and like obviously like this Chalice and Vexing Bubble aren't great because of that. But I think because of my pair of Glaring Fleshrakers, yeah, okay, opponent confirmed Eldrazi, but I think that this is just fucked up enough that it's worth it. So I could go turn 1 city followed Fleshraker. No, I think I want to do Saga Pass. I've drawn Saga. The next turn I'll do Fleshraker into Petal into Bobble. Or into Chalice into Bobble. I don't know. Am I getting Mega Spawned? It appears that I'm getting Mega Spawned. Like I couldn't be sure that my opponent was on Eldrazi. They won the challenge yesterday with it, so I expected it, but you know, you can't be sure. I've been playing a different deck every week. Yeah. This Saga is gone. Probably. Yeah. Okay, so that changed what I want to do. Salvagers. Salvagers plus Bobble is a with Fleshraker in play as a kill. I think I'm gonna do a kind of silly play, which is going to play Bobble and sack Bobble. Right, just like literally 2 mana cycle Bobble. LED. Okay, so I guess next turn. Yeah, next turn I win because I can Bobble to cycle into the kill. Okay, well, now I don't win. My opponent wastelands me. No, they're not wastelanding me. Mega spawning me? Yeah. So they are wastelanding me. They're just doing it off another wasteland. Very rude and hurtful stuff. Okay, so ooh, that's rough. With the Chalice on 0 in play. And this wasteland about to pop off. I think I'm pretty dead here, but my best bet is to go Fleshraker into Chalice on 0, make a guy. Always yield to these things. And then I'll do that again with the LED. And this isn't good, but I'm not dead now. Okay. My opponent attacks with the Herald. Okay. I'm gonna block here. I think. Shrinks my opponent's board a little bit. Now I play Cavern on Human. And then I'm going to jump block one of these guys and go to 1. I don't think I have a good way through this. I'm just kind of trying to parse it. I'm one blocker short, right? I could play. I drew the thing I needed, but I'm just too little too late. Concede. Okay, so opponent's got chalices, obviously. I don't want my chalices. I don't want the Vexing Bauble. Get out of here. Go away. Never return. Okay, so what do I want? I want Crater Makers. I want commands. Karn for bridge, I think, is better than just having a bridge main deck. Because I want to be able to stabilize with Karn as a 4-of. Okay. Well, that one was rough. Let's try for game 2. Alright, game 2 has commenced. We're on the play. Easy keep. So I'll put Ballista in. Soul Cauldron. I don't know. I guess I'll put Ballista into play. That way, it's a blocker. Opponent's down to 5 cards. Probably looking for like a chalice. But I have a Karn for it, so that's great news. I feel like I should have put an Ancient Den in the sideboard, the white artifact land. Because a lot of times I kind of wish that I could Karn minus for like a white source in particular. And so that would have been a good card to put in the sideboard of this deck. Leyline, okay. And Devourer of Destiny is my opponent's thing. The Soul Cauldron is obviously worse now with the Leyline in play. They can kill my opponent's stuff. They get to look at the top of their library. Exiled 3 cards. It's 2 lands and a Fleshraker, so unsure which land they kept, but they kept something. Crater Maker. This turn I'm going to get Karn down, like out of Thought-Knot Seer range, and we're just going to plus it on nothing. Then next turn I can get Ensnaring Bridge. So opponent is, I feel like gonna go Thought-Knots here. Leading on I is, okay, Fleshraker. I was wrong. Okay, Plains is good-ish. Let's see here. I could kill this Fleshraker. I think I want to. And I could kill it just by minusing. Go -2 here. Get a Ballista. I'm gonna play aforementioned Ballista. Kill this Fleshraker. I think play a Saga because pumping out constructs seems like the way to go. And I also think attack. Because I'm gonna likely have to win with combat damage. Yavi Maya. Eldrazi Repurposer. And you cast it, and when it dies, make a spawn. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got rid of that Fleshraker. They're looking for stuff now. Looking for stuff in all the wrong places. Scryed 0 top 3 bottom. They have the fear. 1, 2. Battle Mage. Yep. Okay, well, I do not have white. Sorry, I do not have red mana for my Crater Makers. And I could get... These are in exile, which is kind of interesting, because it means I could get another Walking Ballista. I think I'm better off Soul Cauldroning. Then I can pump my Ballista at instant speed. I guess now I'm like a little bit afraid of losing things. Losing my Karn, I suppose. I will minus it. Minus my Karn. And get another Ballista from exile. Just as a, in case it dies, it's, I think, my best play. Eldrazi Repurposer is interesting. I haven't seen this yet. Okay, what's happening? Don't do 7 mana stuff. Oh, that's not a May. That's cute. Well, that's interesting now. Now I have a graveyard. Now if I can keep this alive, which I can. So I block here. Then I Soul Cauldron, Fleshraker. That there, yep. Then I ping down the Battle Mage. So land off the top and I win. Land off the top. I have LED in my sideboard. Okay. So we'll play this out. I guess I'll take damage. It's fine. Opponent's out of cards, so nothing matters. So gonna do the combo. Yeah, opponent's not happy about their misplay. You've been making silly mistakes for the past 2 hours. Past my bedtime. Okay, so on the draw. Maybe I bring in one more ballista. I need like more urgent stuff with Karn. And I'll relegate one LED back to the sideboard. Or one more LED to the sideboard. Yeah, let's try that. Okay. On to game 3. This hand is good, I think. It's got... One way or another, it's potentially got a turn 2 Karn. Opponent's going to 5 for a leyline. Maybe. Sitting on their 5. And no leyline. He is also no chalice. Probably too much to ask for. But yeah. Chalice acquired. So I'll name Goblin with this and see if they waste it. If they don't waste it, I'm gonna go Fleshraker and then like jam out some zeros to make constructs. But they might need that just for mana. Okay. Not as badly as I thought. Or as I had hoped. Salvagers. I will play out a ballista. And then if I draw another land, I'll try to Fleshraker. But I do somewhere in here have a Soul Cauldron Engineer win. If I can like entomb a Phyrexian Devourer. So that's like kind of my long-term path to victory right now, my goal. If this is a Wastecape Battle Mage, which it looks like it might be. No, it's a Repurposer. Makes a bunch of spawns. I was going to say I was going to ping the opponent through the Ballista. Okay. Still use a sideboard land. Pay 2. City. Fleshraker. Throwing the pedal into the wind. But that means I get to play a Soul Cauldron. Which then means that I can kill this spawn and make my Fleshraker into a 3/3. That is able to ping more things. I like that. Okay, now if I draw mana, I am doing well. But if I don't draw mana, I'm not doing well. My opponent Myco spawns me, I would be very sad. I think that's what's happening. A Battle Mage, okay. So my Fleshraker no longer has that ability. But 2 Fleshrakers. Now we're cooking. I don't want to attack my Fleshraker into my opponent's Repurposer. Because that gives them another spawn. Let's see here. What will opponent do? I'm going to pause while they're thinking. Alright, opponent's putting spells on the stack after thinking for a minute. The blue makes me believe that it is a Wastecape Battle Mage. Just bouncing things. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. Escape Battle Mage confirmed. Probably bouncing my 3/3. But no more abilities on it. Very sad. Now my opponent can freely attack if they wanted to. Yep. And I am very fortunate to draw an Ancient Tomb. Well, I'm going to hold off on that for a turn. I think that I'm better off getting Fleshraker down this turn and then trying to do something with Karn next turn. Yeah, that's my plan. Opponent's at 8 between my little pings and all their stuff. And so Karn will deal 4, and then getting a spell will deal 4. Because each one of these will make 2 spawns, and each spawn will deal 2 damage. So if the board sticks around, I do win next turn. That's really cool. I just have to not lose. Easier said than done, but I do have a way to win. It does not involve blocking those creatures. Snap, no blocks. Wonder what opponent will do. Okay, they're casting something. One in a green. Once upon a time? Oh, just a blocker. Okay, so I win now. One, two. They tomb. 3, 4. Karn, so this deals 4 damage. Then I minus Karn. I will get... What's the best flavor win here? A Vexing Bauble? And then I will play the Vexing Bauble. It will deal my opponent 4 damage. And I win! On to the finals. Woohoo! And I'm against Betrix 2688, who I have on good authority. I believe Honorog was playing them earlier. I was tuned into his stream. They're playing Painter. So this should be an interesting one. Looking forward to it. Okay, so it's 2 a.m., so I proposed a prize split to my opponent. They appear to have declined. I like this hand quite a bit. I'm going to keep it. Going to open up on a Soul Cauldron. Yeah, my opponent's on Painter. So opening up on Soul Cauldron. Maybe opening up on Ballista is better. Yep, so we're just playing it out. And we are going to go Ballista. Going ballistic here. Ballista for 1. A very modest opening, but it's good against, like, Welder. Speaking of which, I don't want my opponent to know about the Soul Cauldron, I think. I'm going to go... I'm going to fetch a red-white land. Plateau. And play a Fleshraker. Or I'm going to attack first. Maybe this gets bolted. So now I play Fleshraker. Yeah, I want to hide the Soul Cauldron until my opponent puts something desirable into their graveyard. Painter Servant. So obviously it doesn't trigger now. So if I can attack with impunity. Yeah, I can attack. There's nothing my opponent can do to punish that. And then if I second main, if they don't do anything, I'll just throw both Ballista at my opponent's painter. Yeah, no blocks have been found. Now we gun down this painter servant. No painting for you. Painter hardly knower. Engineer? Feels like an engineer. Cauldron, okay. So we will have dueling cauldrons. Soul Guide. Okay. Another Fleshraker. That's quite good. So I can go 3 mana. And two mana. I'm gonna name Goblin. I'll name Human. More obvious, I'm on Bomberman right now, I think. No, I'm gonna play a Soul Cauldron, so I'll name Goblin. And I'll play this. For a bunch of damage. They're going for one of my Ballista, and I'll go for the other one. They'll pop Soul Guide? No. Okay. We are in there. That's interesting. Okay, so what do they got? Engineer. Kind of what I expected. Can kill the engineer with my Fleshraker. Oh, but then they just kill me now. I'm 1 mana short of an extra counter. Ah. Very cool. Yes, they just kill me, but you can see their deck. I mean, it's just painter, but you know. Bolt. Yep. This will just about do it. Yeah, I am dead now. Okay. maybe I was too ambitious with removing the painter, but my concern was getting one of my things vindicated in response to trying to kill the painter. That was why I did it when I did. I think I want Macabre to screw with graveyard stuff. I think I want Crater Makers to kill artifacts. Don't want Vexing Bauble. LED is like okay. Maybe I don't need Macabres, I can just like rely on command and Soul Cauldron. And then like a Chalice seems bad. Your Chalice, I don't know how bad Chalice is. Maybe I'll keep one Chalice in. Just to one off. Really, I just want the Ballista tutorable more than anything else. But yeah, that's my thought. Okay, so I'll be on the play. This hand is quite strong. I'll keep it. I'm going to play out the Petal so that if my opponent opens with a Soul Cauldron, I am still in good shape. Opponent's on 5 cards now. Soul Cauldron. Cauldron of Souls. LED, so I have infinite mana now, but nothing to do with it. I think I'm gonna with Look's command on the end step, just to kind of dig for something to do. Saga. Cauldron, okay. So I'll do x equals 1. Make a Scion and scry 1 draw card. Another Kozilek's command. Yeah. Just seems fine. Do I go for a big one here? Just to find a hit? I think so. So yeah, I'm gonna basically just go for it. If there's any action in my top 4, I'm in good shape. There's a Ballista. So, bottom, 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 top. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. So I play Salvagers. I sack this, and now I attempt to return LED using this. And then if my opponent responds with Soul Cauldron, which they did not, then I would go off in combo. So they look like they're making me do it. So I'm going to pause. Okay, opponent decided that doing it 3 times was sufficient. And so we have forced to game 3. On the draw, I no longer want any chalices, I think. Let's run it like this. Maybe I put a third LED in there. Too late. Okay, so I've got a Crater Maker, I've got a Cauldron. Keep it. Cauldron being super important against them. So I think what I do here is I open up on Saga and play a Soul Cauldron. And we'll see if they weld out my Cauldron for my pedal. They do have that option. I just didn't want to predetermine how they would play this turn. So yeah, Fable. I'll just keep the Cauldron untapped. Another pedal is nice. So I will essentially just kind of keep up Cauldron. And it will affect how my opponent discards now. 2 Pyroblast in the bin. So much for Chalice. So I will make a construct. I might try to weld it out. Go to blockers, I block. 3. What you doing? So if they try to weld out my construct, I can eat the pedal in response with my Soul Cauldron. Goblin Engineer. Braid. So now I'm forced to act with this. I will force them to make this play, I guess. And now my construct dies too, yeah. Okay. Chaos Defiler. Chaos is defiled. Rough. Destroys it. Okay, yeah, so it destroys my Lotus Petal. Okay, so I can kill the welder with the Crater Maker. So that's a 3 mana play to do. So I cannot make a construct. I'm gonna get LED just so that if I top deck well enough, I can win. Like, allow myself to Bomberman combo. So we make a crater. And we kill the welder. Not ideal, but it is the only thing I'm able to do right now. The next turn, I think I just have to kill the reflection. Because otherwise it just makes a copy of Chaos Defiler. Oh my god. Okay, well, I am in so much trouble. Karn. Does Karn do anything? Does Karn do it? Karn is a 7. These are not artifacts. Well, I mean, this is, but like the activated abilities are not from artifacts. I don't know how I'd get that off the board. So, by Karn, so I have essentially 3 mana to Karn with. I could get Bridge, and my opponent still like attacks me and kills me. If I don't reflect, or if I do a Crater Maker instead of reflection, my opponent hits me for 1, 2, 7, 8, and I'd have to tap this, so I'd be at 8. So I die from that. I'm dead all sorts of ways. I'm dead any way you slice it, I believe. I guess the only way I'm not dead is if like block and sack with the Crater Maker. Then I'm like still super ultra dead. I mean, I think my only line is just Karn and hope that they just don't see that they have me dead, even though they are a very good player and have demonstrated nothing but top-notch play. But again, I think this is my only way through this, so shrug. It is what it is. This is how we lose game 3 of the finals. This is how we lose game 3 of the finals. Is in fact how we lose game 3 of the finals. Okay, congratulate my opponent on their win. And I am defeated. But a finals run for this deck is really cool. So let's go back to the deck. Boom. Oh, not this deck. Bomberman. So yeah, this deck was sweet. Really happy with my performance today. I don't really have too many notes other than I think I want an Ancient Den in the sideboard. Something like, you don't own an Ancient Den? Don't own an Ancient Den, something like that. Go. Okay, so yeah, something Ancient Den on the board, and I could cut like one Kozilek's command to do that. I think that's what I would change. But I don't know if this is actually the cut. I haven't mapped it out. I haven't mapped out the deck at all. Maybe it's a Crater Maker, maybe it's a command. Probably command. All right, let's pretend it's like that. All right, yeah, but got to the finals. Really cool. I hope you enjoyed the video, and next week is an exciting one. I'm playing the Legacy Showcase Championship, the one that the top 8 Showcase Challenge that you qualify for. Yeah, so I'm going to be recording that and posting that one next week. So see you next Monday. Bye-bye.